Alrighty. Alright, I think it's got the drop frames out of the way. Nope, still dying. Hmm. Stand by. Why are you being so difficult? Oh, there goes the switch again. How we doing? Alright, it should be stable now. Hopefully stable now. We'll keep an eye on it. How you doing, Colonel Nif? Got your nifty Colonel T? Nif, Colonel Nif drinking tea? Or is it a beer? I can't tell from the emote. Generic sip emote here. I should have actually, so I've had this stuff open for a little while now. I should have been paying attention because I can actually see the history of all the disconnects. It's like for the last 10 minutes it's been disconnected, reconnecting, disconnected, reconnecting. Trouble is, that's the chat thing and it does that all the time anyway, so it's really hard to tell. But anyways, let's see how we do. How you doing, Dead Soul? Hello. Don't mind me, I'm just adjusting things. There we go. Alright, how you doing? Hello. Oh, also that. Yeah, I don't know how. I think it's gone away for now, but it's not dropping. It doesn't seem to be dropping frames anymore. So I think we got rid of it, got away with it early. But anyway, how we doing? We're back. We've been away in Timberborn for the last month, and so yeah, I've been neglecting the Factorio for a little while. This is way behind what it should be. Admittedly, there hasn't been a lot of time, and realistically, I mean, I was complaining about it. Is that or the reason why I sort of drifted away from it was that I couldn't do what I wanted to do, and we all know what I'd like to do. For those who remember, wherever it is, stalling. There, we all know this is the sort of base that I want to do. This one here. You see if it kills the game. Trying to load a 1.1. I need a visual aid to explain what I need. Yes. Like, the kind of base that I like to make is this. Like, I do like the train stuff. Don't get me wrong. Like, and there's plenty of room for activities with, like, the junction of certain death over here. And, yeah, you know, big monolithic base. Where are we at? There it is. The horrendously UPS inefficient belt into labs. You know, just everything all together. And the thing about Space Age is that when I was first looking at it, this was very much looking impossible to do. Particularly like purple packs, getting the stone into it is kind of ridiculous. It's actually crazy. I mean, you ca if you have a train base that's moving like 500,000 signs a minute, but is it truly a Factorio base if you don't have this going on for your green circuits? I mean, like, it isn't a base if you don't have 64. Yes, yes, it is. This is the OG. Like, this is proper mega base. Having how many bells is 60? 56, I think it was. 56. Hey, I remembered it right. It was 56. I was thinking 60, but then I looked at the sign. I was like, no, that's too many. This is a 64-way balancer right here. Um, that's amazing. I remembered it. Yeah, you know, it's not a mega base unless you have like 50, 60, 60 lanes of green circuits going on. But this is the kind of space that I like. I don't like, I've said it many times, I don't like train towns, you know, where you have many different endpoints. I don't want to pick on anything in particular, but that one? No. That one. Important to SA, keep playing, what could go wrong? That map is kind of at a dead end for a few reasons. So, you know, the alternative is this kind of base where, oh, admittedly, even this isn't the best, but this is kind of what Space Age leans into, is this kind of very modular train go in, train go out. Like, you got train into smelting. This is actually a really cool system, by the way. This, you may or may not have seen it, when I showed it when Space Age first, when I was first allowed to show it. This is V453000's design. Very nice, but again, it's train towns. Like, this is all. The reason I don't like it is that once you make this module, this is what it produces. This is all that it produces, and if you want more of it, just paste down more. Like, and then it's an exercise in just adding more when you want to do something, really. That made total sensibles. Yeah, when if you just want more of something, you just paste down more blue circuits, more plastic, more copper smelting. There isn't really a lot to it. Don't have enough of something, add more of it until you do have enough of something. Yeah, this was the if you didn't see, this was our Space Age land base with its giant ducky and its even gianter concrete koala. Also, it's got the legendary quality rails, which I was insisted that was impossible, and I wasn't supposed to be able to do this, but the game let me quite happily. I was told that it wasn't possible, but there's my legendary rails. So how's it going down yonder? It's pissing with rain up here for the last week. It has suddenly gotten very cold here. Like since Friday, I think. It is, no, it's since Saturday actually. It has been really cold. Pretty much as soon as it turned to April, just the sun's like, yeah, see you guys. I'm going north for the winter. And yeah, that's what it's like now. We never actually made it to Aquilo, by the way. I mean, we did plant Ducky there, so there is that. But like our space, admittedly, we were more playing around with mechanics than really trying to get anything done, meaningful done. Also, a lack of productivity on the team didn't help. Check out my dance floor. Also, I made that. You give me a new toy, and I will overuse it to the nth degree. Ping-ponging between 80 and muggy and currently 46. Oh, yeah, just that latent humidity. That's nasty. So where do we want to go first? Probably back to here. Because a few things have changed. Apparently we're moving a lot of those things. Well, what I'm leading into is that, like, I was doing starting to do the train base thing, and I wasn't really enthusiastic about it. Like, I was forcing myself to be enthusiastic about it, and when you force yourself to enjoy something, it just doesn't work. It doesn't work like that. But I think, if I can find the thingy, I may have come up with a way to make the base that I want without doing all the train stuff. I've been playing around. I bumped this up to, instead of 2,222, I bumped this up to 57,500, which conveniently is 4 green belts of science packs. I mean, at the end of the day, you probably could see that coming a mile away. But yeah, now that I'm a bit more got my head wrapped around space age a bit more, and I can actually, I'm familiar with it. I can see the numbers now. Some of the things are starting to fall into place. A lot of the little optimizations are starting to appear to me. Where was it? There was something. Oh yeah, circuits. You only need 11 machines, which is actually pretty impressive. I mean, it's still 22 green belts, but it's still impressive. While I sip my coffee, yeah, it's. I mean, red circuit's a bit more so, but again, it's only nine stacked belts. This is stacked belts as well. And there were some things where I was concerned about the level of stacking, like eliminating belts, but at the same time, it sort of works itself out. And also, I think for me, not having familiarity with the legendary stuff hurt it a little bit. It's actually kind of impressive. This is 8 beacons. I only need 13 refineries. That's astonishing. 31 for regular. 13 for legendary. I think that was the big thing for me, was that I was looking at, originally looking at base quality, and the numbers were just staggering, but once you go legendary everything, it becomes more manageable. 93, 94 furnace. I mean, it's going to be more than that, because reasons. Where was it? Yeah, 32 belts of stone. And where's it go? Yeah, 10 belts of stone into rail. Crazy. Crazy it is. But yeah, I'm interested in maybe building an OG base style base. That makes sensibles. And we'll start with like four belts of 4 stack belts of science, and then we'll work our way up from there. Maybe to 8, 115, 200. Mainly because the reason I came up with that number is it's actually not too hard to make the other worlds do. I mean, cryo, I've got this one at 14,000. It's very easy to just crank that up to something much bigger. I'd have to be a multiple of 14 though, just for reasons. Because like this one, I think ice was the bottleneck. Yeah, ice is at 1.0 at 14. I was actually looking at getting it up to 16,000, but yeah, 1.2, so 14,000. Oh yeah, you're into tornado time, aren't you? I always forget. I always think it's like May, June, but no, that's right on the beginning of spring. Yeah, it feels like it's coming earlier and earlier every year too. I swear, but at the same time, admittedly I'm not familiar with tornado season, so it's not really my thing. The one that I'm concerned with today is the EM Science Pack, which is something that I've been avoiding for this whole time, because the whole recycling thing, it is borderline hostile to the idea of mega basing. As a secondary thing, I need to pay attention to metallurgic science packs, which I think is what's currently dying as far as this base goes. Side note, so this base has been happily... Yeah, it's got 4.5 million Promethium science, so it's been doing a little bit of research productivity in the background. Yeah, while Timberborn was going on, or towards the end of Timberborn, I was like, okay, I need to finish some things off. And also, actually, this leads into another thing, which we'll get to shortly. I really wanted to finish this thing off. And so this thing is finally finished. It is happily able to automatically cycle between the interstellar space, Promethium space, whatever the hell you want to call it, and come back. And so I'm very happy about that. I think this is part of what got me going again. But yeah, like I managed to make all of the combinators do the combinatory thing. It has a flight time, has a biter clock. Biter clock is how long until the eggs hatch, if you're wondering. So 25:59, 25:33. It's generally the biter clock generally leads the actual hatch time by about 20 seconds. But if there is any kind of launch wibbly wobbliness, like if it doesn't launch perfectly, then worst case is it will actually, the hatch time will line up with the biter clock. And then there's all the logic to manage. You know, it needs to empty all Prometheum science. It needs to load all the supplies, so all of the GPUs, these things, whatever they're called, quantum processors. Then load all the biter. Then only then does it load up the biter eggs, and then it's clear to fly. And then there's a hard lockout. So if in this case, if it takes damage, it will lock itself out and park at, yeah, this one. If it takes damage, it will park at Nervous. Did I hear a thingy? No, I didn't. And the interstellar time will kick in once it hits the solar system edge. Yeah, but otherwise I'm very happy with it. Like right now, it's just eating up its buffer. Oh yeah, it will also throttle down. There is some ability for it to throttle down the thrusters. So if it does take damage, it'll slow right down, and then, well, I say slow right down. It'll slow down a little bit, and then return to Narvis and park there. Yeah, I'm very happy with this. It's fairly modest. It only takes 120,000 biter eggs. But if I go to the 10-hour graph, barring this big gap here, it's generally been, look at that, it's been really consistent. I accidentally left the game running for a fair while and on the weekend. And yeah, look at it go. It's just been happily chugging away. That gap there is reduced the overall science per minute. It was actually approaching, I think it was 6.8, approaching 7,000 Prometheum science a minute, which is pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah, generally hits about 7,000. But that's not why we're here. Why we're here is over on Fulgora. So I've never really expanded this out. Like this is still Starter Island. This is the original production. You see, like the machines, nothing's really calculated. There's not enough processing, like it's not receiving enough batteries. I think it's only doing like 2,000 a minute or something. 2,700. Maybe peaking out at 3,000. 2,700, yeah. So like this is something that really needs attention. I mean, even Volcanus is doing pretty well at the minute. It's able to manage a bit more than that. Yeah, it's able to do 9,000 a minute. This actually needs a serious rework as well. Again, I was a little over-ambitious with the trains here, but that's fine. It was really just something to build it out, to get the infrastructure in place, to fix it later. How you doing, Mirage? Aquilo, just as a bit of a side note, I had to change it because, shock horror, a pump jack ran out. So I was like, okay, I need to find more lithium brine. And so there was some lithium brine up there. I haven't actually tapped into it properly yet. There is, the pipe's missing there, so it's going to continue pumping out those. But yeah, I had to move the cryoscience up to here as a result. But this is still it's just the same build that was there before. It's just been moved. So yeah, so basically Aquila was, well, still done. All right, you need to go down there. Oh, actually, since the postal service is here, do you has for me? Did I not save? No, I didn't. Okay, do it again. Before I started, I told this thing to upgrade the Spidertron, and apparently I didn't save the game such that it allowed for the stuff to come down. So here we are. There. Alright, postal service. What are you sending? Ah, you're sending some legs down. Very good. Yeah. Because the spider that's here is a classic spider, and, you know, classic spider grid is very small, which is problematic. But that's another side me problem. Let's see. Oh, would you look at that? The electromagnetic science has run out. All right, you go over to that. Where is it? Yep. Happily chugging away. There it is. It's reached interstellar space, or it's past the edge. It's been in there for 2 minutes. I like the flight clock and the interstellar time, just because it tells me what's going on. Generally, the biter clock will run out of 4 minutes. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm really happy with how this turned out. But anyway, that's not the point at hand. So, I'm going to save that, yes. And we're going to hop over to here. To the creative world, where I think I did this on the stream ages ago. Conveniently, it's already doing... Oh yeah, because I put it down before. It was making 40,000 before. But I tidied it up, stacked it up, and so that's now making 60,000 a minute right there. With these input resources there. And so now we need to figure out how to tie all this stuff together. So what do we know? Oh yeah, I suppose we also need you and you. Lidl doesn't matter because it's just oh, did that? Oh no, it's fine. Production numbers in creative assume no prod from text. For this one, it shouldn't matter. Have I got... It's mainly just got to make sure I got the right modules in it. Outside of, I think, recycling productivity, I don't think any of this, the productivities matter. It is, you are right, it's something to be aware of, because yeah, this thing entirely relies on recycling productivity, because all the blue circuits come from scrap for launching rockets. I need to pull apart red circuits into greens to get the green, so I actually need to pull apart blues as well. You actually see there's a lot of blues. Everything that's red is a surplus, so these are all the things I needed to destroy. And where is it? Plastic. This thing actually is smart enough to know that it's getting plastic from recycling low density, and it's still getting more than enough to from the low density to to power the crafting of the superconductors as it is. Something I do need to be mindful of, however, is red circuits are needed for stuff over here. You don't need to exist anymore. Yeah, it's how little attention I've given this thing for so long, because like none of this stuff actually needs to exist anymore. Like for a while I was doing just the general crafting over here, just because it was convenient, but that's sort of moved on. Yeah, all those. See, now I'm distracted looking at all this stuff. Yeah, like thrusters don't matter anymore. Those don't matter anymore. They're like legendary stuff happens on Nervous now. Those don't need to be here anymore. Those are fine because they exist. It's just local stuff. Same with the train stuff. That's fine locally. You don't matter. Nothing that is regular quality matters anymore. Like Roboports, no, we don't make those anymore. These are fine. I'm happy using regular chests, even though there's less capacity in them. It's fine for the most part. I've never really had a strong need or want for why are you stopped? Ah, you asking for? Oh, yeah, because I'm in the creative. I'm an idiot. I need to finish the coffee. Yeah, this is hours and hours earlier into the game. What am I thinking? None of this stuff matters. Ah, I'm dumb. I'm dumb. I'm a dumb. So the reason I got distracted was I should have focused. Um, the reason I was looking at this is that some of this stuff here still needs other items. So like this needs some stone and stuff. What did you need? You need holmium plate and concrete. Which can... Yeah, the concrete... Refined concrete actually comes in remotely. Does you have... No, you don't. Oh yeah, that's the original one. Lightning rod. You're fine with all that stuff. I'm just thinking. The only other one would be you. Yeah, you need plastic. So there might be a need for a little bit of plastic and such to be pulled off to the side. Although I have a feeling it might just be its own separate system at the end of the day. I have a feeling. Alright, I need this to have some more space. So I'm just going to pick the whole thing up and plop it. Plop it? Yeah, let's plop it right there. And I think the way I'm going to tackle this is by starting from the end and working backwards to figure out what exactly is needed. And then I might finally be able to sort this stuff out. Where did I put it? It's down here? I've already forgotten. Ah, there it is. Found it. Alright then. There. And you go there. Alright, you need some power. Excellent. It's all going to spring to life again. Alright, so... The only other thing I need to do is... I want to do is arrange these in a way that's sensibles. So potentially I could do it as... what is it, 60,000? So... Go with... How much does a... Oh, you need liquids of this kind. Where's the light oil there? That's both light oil. Is it? Oh no, it isn't. It's holmium. I had to literally leaned into the monitor and was like, oh yeah, that's not holmium. Oh dear. You know you're Captain Blindy when you have to do that. And there we go. Now you need a train. This is just me experimenting with the whole train situation. So what I'm trying to do is get a feel for the numbers coming in. So even though this is going to be a monolithic block, it's still... So the whole train thing, despite my rant before, the best solution is a train system for supplying the intermediates. As ironic as it sounds. Like, this thing that I've been doing here seems to be the best way to do it that I've been experimenting. I've been through so many iterations of this crap. Like, just, recycle whatever, pick away everything you want, and then trash all the leftovers. That seems to be the way to go. Daniel, how you doing? Fulgora's coffee plant. The coffee plantation. My coffee's empty now too. No morning coffee. I'm actually half asleep. Didn't sleep well last night. That's why I'm a bit smooth-brained acting today. But having said that, I would argue that I had 2 coffees yesterday and that was a mistake. I shouldn't have done that, and that's what kept me up all night. Alright, so you're making 60,000 a minute. You are 1,000 per thingy, and that is 6. See, 1, 2, 3, 4. Pop you there, and then just extend it along like that. That should be 30, yes. That is an inconvenient number, thinking about it. Let me have a look. Well, before going crazy on the silos, what I'm saying is I should look at this. So, 80,000 a minute coming in right now is a lot. 32,000 a minute is also a lot. 30, and whereas those are only 2.3, 2.3, and that is 18. How much is that for? 60,000 actually. This is Factorio Lab, by the way. This is amazing. This is one of the best ways to calculate things out for Factorio. It's 1.4 bell. It's actually not that much. It's potentially worth doing it on site. I mean, having said that, it is stone, I think, and liquid and stone, I think. Or is it just, no, it's just holmium solution. Holmium solution is, yeah, it's water which needs ice, holmium and stone. It's actually not that much. It's, 0.8 and 0.4 into, trouble is it's into chemical plants, which is a lot. 16 chemical plants, actually. That is, so, probably my go-to favorite is a 416.4 train, and so going into 16 is a shockingly convenient number. Having said that, though, if I'm going into 16 train, I need a power of 2 delivering. I also need, what is it? The this is the lack of sleep brain, smooth brain kicking in again. What is it? It's 40 slots by 200. I think it's 128k from memory. My brain doesn't want to do the arithmetic. What is it? Yeah, 128,000. So if I want to fill a train, I need a multiple of 30, like a multiple of a power of 2, not a multiple of 32. So I expand this to 8. Let me just, you know what, you can get out of here for now. Skedaddle down there. Let me just supplement. Oh, I'm going to need to get all this out of the way, actually. So if I, what are we, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, right there. Which is actually convenient, because now is 8, and then 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that makes 64. So each rocket holds 1,000, so that's half of the launch in one hit right there. So 2 salvos of rockets supplies the... Yeah, my brain is trying to do too many things at once. It's just steam coming out from in between the ears there. Yeah, 2 salvos is 128, which means I can drop 1 train load per platform, which, from experience with Colonel Will's save, is definitely the way to go. You want to do that. You want to try and... Oh, why do you go all jittery? I don't know if you see it. Every now and then, my display gets very like low frame rating, and I don't know why. But it doesn't show up on the capture though for some reason. It's really weird. It's like some kind of frame gen or frame mismatch. It's weird. Ever since the Windows update, it's been doing it. I know there's a double there. I'll fix it later. So you need to do that. It does lead to the interesting problem that I'm going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 from a 16, because 4, 16, 4. But that is not an insurmountable problem. I could also just double it to 16 and just have the full salvo in one go. I mean, I don't hate the idea. Would be pretty hilarious. Right, so what I wanted to see was the numbers. What do the numbers tell me? First of all, it tells me it's 80,000 a minute. To the point that I probably could just stack another 64 silos on the end, and there would be no problem. You play on Linux, the Windows version, and besides SteamOS clone? It's actually, you say that, it's something I've been really looking into. Maybe dual booting and scaling back Windows 11. Trouble is, I mean, at this point, my Windows is limited to the gaming PC. So I have 4 PCs really. There's the gaming PC, this one. There's the stream PC, which is my old PC, which is that one. That is Windows 10. And then there's my personal one, which is Linux. But I've been very tempted to switch this one over to dual boot Linux. The trouble is making the Steam library available to both is kind of a headache. Linux can be kind of a ball ache at times. As a bit of an editorialization, it's arguable that the only reason that gaming on Linux is even possible is because of Steam and Valve. We thought about going all in on Unix and running a few programs and win only via kernel VM. Mini PC? Oh, yeah, my Linux PC is a Minis forum. I got one of the Minis forums to run it. Because I was like, I don't need it for the heavy duty stuff. The heavy duty stuff's is currently stuck to Windows only. So it makes sense to get something lighter for the general desktop stuff, for the personal stuff. Having said that though, I am very interested in the framework motherboard. As I sip the water. The framework motherboard is an interesting... I mean, realistically, I've been saying this for years, that the direction things are going is... the direction is what the framework motherboard... And they're not the only one doing it. There's another one. I think it was ASRock has one as well. The the ITX motherboard with the mobile Ryzen AI is, I mean, the thing can, it's equivalent to like an R7X3D with a 4060 GPU. It's the direction things are going. I've been saying this for ages. It's the direction things are going, and it's just going to keep going that way for the low end, low to medium end. The low end was eaten like 5 or 6, 7, 8 years ago or something. I forget when exactly. It was a long time ago now. The 790 UM and Ace Magic 5700U. 790. I think mine's the 690. Yeah, 690, because for whatever reason, the Ryzen 9 was cheaper than the Ryzen 7. Your Minis Forum 790 players. It's crazy, isn't it? It's absolutely crazy. They are so powerful. Yeah, I think the 790 is a bit better than this. It's a newer version of what I got. I've got the I think mine's the third. No, it is a fourth gen. A Zen 4? Zen 4. But it's a really early one. I forget which. But it was cheap. It was on sale because it was sort of the yeah, I think mine is weaker in the DDR5 department. I think it's only running at 4200 or 4600 or something. I forget what exactly. But again, I didn't get it for being a gaming powerhouse. It's but as I say, going to the point, I'm interested in the framework one so that I can turn the personal PC into a more capable machine and just get everything I don't need off of Windows. Because that seems to be, I say it seems to be the way to go. It is proven to be the way to go, given the state of things. I also just saw an optimization in the form of that. There. Like that, yeah. Lane, and lane. Did I replace? Yeah, it's still 64. But I could reasonably just do that quite comfortably. It's so stupid. So... Can I... It is always a... Let me just press that for a moment. There it is. Yeah, so the new thing is the framework desktop. So the big thing that they were known about was the laptop. The desktop is, yeah, where is it? Why are we here? Just to suffer? Yes. Yeah, AI Max 300. So, like, this is the full desktop thing. It was announced a little while ago. It's interesting. But where is it? Shop all, view all. There's no reason to get the desktop. There it is. There's the base one. So you can just get the motherboard on its own, and now it's only 1300. I think that's actually gone up a little bit. Keep in mind this is AUD too. Yeah, it's 2K for the full package, but if you get the motherboard, it doesn't come with storage or Wi-Fi. This is what interests me particularly. Also, the board comes with a PCI Express slot that their case doesn't accommodate in any way whatsoever. But yeah, the price jumped to the bigger one. But I think this could be... I'm going to wait on it and see what the other manufacturers do, but this could be very interesting after June, July. It could be real interesting to see where it goes. As I say, like DDR5 8000 is ridiculous. It's soldered memory, but again, as I say, I've been saying it forever. The next jump is memory on die or some kind of really tightly integrated memory. It's just the only optimization left in CPUs. So I'm not committed to it yet, but I'm keeping an eye on it to see how things track in the future. And as I say, I believe it was ASRock has their own version of it. I think it was ASRock. I don't 100% remember for sure. I've seen at least one other manufacturer with something like it in the pipeline. Pipe dream. Who knows? Anyway, from long tangent back to electromagnetic science pack. So we got 80,000 a minute, 108,000 batteries coming in. So that's an annoying one because that's nearly a train of batteries a minute. because they stack in. Oh no, they stack in 200s. No, 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 no. Sorry. A stack of 100 is 64 per train. A stack of 200 is 128 per train, which is just short. It's like 1.2 or 1.2 trains a minute. Yes, I was right. Uh, I mean, one train can comfortably cover both of those. Iron. So generally, what I try to do, I've learnt this. I learnt this the hard way many times in the past. Is to always target one train every 2 minutes or thereabouts, minimum. Like never go down to one train a minute. It never goes well. So this is iron plate. That is 64K a minute. So that's under. Or it's again not. It's just over one train every 2 minutes, which isn't great. Um, High level, low power usage gaming is the new hotness. As I say, I think that, like CPUs have sort of reached the point, and they did actually quite a while ago, where shrinking the silicon lithography isn't giving gains any meaningful gains anymore. I mean, there's still optimizations to be made, but even AMD's 7 nanometer, was the sub 10 nanometer stuff. There were a lot of compromises with it. I remember reading about it and the insides of it, and within their like die structure, to actually achieve the level that they wanted, I just do stuff like this. Like everywhere there's like a transistor, a 7 nanometer transistor, or let's say you want a 7 nanometer transistor there. Well, you're not getting one there, and you're not going to get one there or there or there. So even though it was 7 nanometer, they were filling out these huge voids around it, and even then, it only covered some of the actual core die. Um, the rest of it was still like 16 nanometer, and then you go into like the I/O and the memory controller, and they're up to 28 nanometer. And so it was a little disingenuous to call it 7 nanometer. Yeah, it was only like I want to say it was a quarter of the silicon was actually 7 nanometer. It wasn't much. But I don't remember. Don't quote me on that. No, I'd have to. It was a few years ago now. I'd have to look it up again. That is not to take away from the achievements. What they really did was the chiplet. What really gave it, what I felt really gave it the boost was the chiplet design. So instead of having a big chonkus die, is break it up into little chiplets. Have your I/O separate to it all on a fixed substrate. The other big optimization was X3D. So, slapping the cache, a cache die right on top of the core. And of course, because, it doesn't have to travel out into the, instead of going from here all the way over to here, it just goes from here up a little bit to here. And so suddenly it's really fast. That's the other big optimization that was had. Memory doesn't work at 7 nanometer or something along those lines. Yeah, memory really struggles. Anything with serious power, like driving I/O, can't do much below like 28 nanometers or 22. I forget which. It's I don't keep too strong of a tap on what's going on. Even the gains are like, oh, this is 22% better than the previous. It's like, it's nothing. It's not like when Core 2 came out, where suddenly it just made the entire AM2 line obsolete overnight. Suddenly it's really fast. Feels like the Factorio. That feels like that's half a Factorio, the other half being really slow. Yep. How you doing, bro? Uh, it's not to, as I say, it's not to take away from AMD's developments because, like, yes, Intel at the same time with their 10 nanometer, 10, or was it 10 nanometer or 14 nanometer? 14 nanometer, 14 nanometer plus plus, 14 nanometer plus 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 plus. You exist, yes. Pop in and say hi. Hello, how you doing? Hope you've been well. Hope you've been keeping well. Been busy on Factorio or other things? Back on that train of thought. Yeah, so I don't want to take away from it, but like Intel was still failing because they weren't really. They a long time ago they'd switched from innovating to coasting. You know, back in like 2014 or something. Ah, you've been back on the frame and Star Citizen. I haven't looked at Warframe in ages, like over a year or something. I haven't even looked at the new whatever the hell that crap is. I don't even understand it anymore. I haven't looked at it since the infested stuff was added, and even that was such a ball ache to do. It's so repetitive. But having said all that, like I'm prefacing that by saying, yeah, they were not innovating, but at the same time, they were being a hell of a lot more honest than anyone else when it comes to what their lithography actually was doing. What are these spinning robot buildings? Okay, so these are EM plants. This is part of Space Age. This is a building. If I pick out one and come down here, it is dedicated specifically to sort of like electrical components. So yeah, it makes all of these components are local to Fulgora. Some of them can only be made on Fulgora, such as the lightning collector. As you can see, there's a limited number of things that it can make. If I just hold down Alt and click on that, we bring up this thing here, and you'll notice it says crafting requirements, magnetic field 99%, which means it can only be crafted on Fulgora because it has a magnetic field of 99%. They're Intel fabs, yes, in a manner of speaking. So in Space Age, or in the Factorio expansion, we have, where's the space map? We go from having Navis in 1.1, the non-expansion, to having 1, 2, 3, 4 new planets. With each planet comes what I call a kind of signature building. It actually does make copper, but you don't want to do it. Each of the signature buildings does something related to its each planet. So Fulgora has the EM plants. Vulcanus has the foundry. Of course, being Vulcanus, you can tell it means metallurgy. Gleba has the biochamber, and Aquilo has the cryogenic plant, the cryo plant. So, of course, the foundry does casting-based things. So, you know, instead of making pipe in an assembly machine, you make it in the foundry. So it just casts molten iron into pipe at absurd speeds. It can actually make belts as well. It makes the buildings dedicated to Vulcanus. Pressure too low, so you need really high pressure, so they can only be made on Vulcanus. And yeah, there's a lot of other things. We actually need it for the holmium plate, because it casts holmium solution into holmium plate. Quality added as a stat? Yes, so every building has a quality, and for the most part, I just stick to lead. I mean, there are sort of intermediate steps with quality, but you need to Fulgora, you start to build a ship. Nice. Fulgora is quite fun early on. So, the thing to pay attention to is that each of these signature buildings generally comes with a base productivity. So this already has a productivity of 50% before putting modules into it. And this thing can take 4 modules. Now, if I put 4 regular modules in, as of 1.1, each one gives 10%. So that would give me 90% productivity total, which is amazing. But I'm going to put legendary productivity modules in, and now the productivity is 150%, because each one of these is 25% productivity. Legendary productivity modules are kind of a bear to make, because in Space Age, they need biter eggs. And to make a legendary version of something, all of the intermediate... well, there are 2 ways to make something legendary. So you can either start with a lower quality one, so a base quality one, put some quality modules in, and this one has plus 31% quality. And so this is like a gambling machine where there is a percentage, 31% chance you will get a quality higher than the base quality. So there's a 31% chance I'll have better than base quality here. Does this mean you have a biter farm in your basement? You can neither confirm or deny such things. Now, there's also added the Factoriopedia, or is it Tips and Tricks? If I bring up this thing here, so if I have 4 quality modules, that's base quality modules. This only shows the base quality modules. A 10% chance of a green one. So in my case, it would be a 31% chance of a green one, a 3.1% chance of a blue, a 0.31% chance of a purple, and a 0.031% chance of the legendary one. It's not in the basement. No, it isn't. Likewise, if you start with a base quality one, you have that much chance of getting a rare item, and then a 10 times diminishing chance of a higher tier above it. WoW color. Yeah, it is literally taken from the quality is taken from WoW. Kvorax made no attempt to hide that fact. I believe he actually stated it. The point is, though, is that if you then start with a rare one, which needs all rare ingredients, your chance of green's uncommon. You've now shifted the table over by one, and you now have a 10 to 31%, or in our case with this thing here, 31% chance of a rare one. Do it again, 10%, and then purple one, 10%. Orange was the best color. Unless you can... Is this actually... There it is. So this one's actually got quality modules in it, even though it's legendary, straight up producing legendary. You don't actually need quality modules for this one. I just not bothered to remove them. Yeah, you can do that. But the problem is, to make a quality of a certain type, you need the input quality. You need the same quality input. You don't need the machine to be at the same quality level. The quality of the machine doesn't matter. The quality of the machine affects the machine's stats. So it generally affects its health and its crafting speed. So if I go here in the Factoriopedia, again, hold down Alt, you hover over each one of these stats, you can see this is the crafting speed for all the different quality levels, and then most of them have a base health at the bare minimum. And Darth Lady making noises there.
Noises.
Exactly. Thank you very much for that 58-month sub. How you doing, Darthy? Also, keep in mind that this has basically nearly all of the signature buildings that I call them have a base quality. So Foundry has plus 50%, EM Plant has plus 50%, which is extremely powerful for reasons that we'll get to shortly. The Biochamber has plus 50%. The Cryo Plant, however, does not have 50%. Because of reasons of it chronically breaking things if it did. As a consequence, though, it has 8 slots. So I can put 8 modules in there, and it's now plus 200%. Which is kind of amazing. The reason for that is that a cryoplant is used for things like nuclear fusion, and you need the cryoplant to cool the hot coolant. And if it had productivity modules in it, you'd basically be generating free coolant, and there's a bunch of other things as well that would just straight up break. Oh yeah, you can be quality. Oh yeah, it's an intermediate, that's why. All of these can be produced. I mean, well, that doesn't matter so much. Oh yeah, they need the Willow. But yeah, so these 3 have inherent quality, which is amazing. Now the reason why this having quality is amazing as well is it can produce all of the modules. So having 50%, for every 2 crafts, it produces 3 modules. And that is extremely powerful, especially if you're producing like Module 3s. It makes Module 3 production really easy. Inherent prod, sorry, not inherent quality. You're right. Thank you for pointing out my smooth brainedness, Mr. Darthy. Also, how you doing, Snowball? Sorry, I'm in the middle of rambling and I am a little tired, so it's a little tricky to maintain everything. You can productivity all of your power poles. Not that there's any real reason to. And same with solar. If you're very keen on solar, you can get 3 for the price of every 2 that you're producing. Same with beacons. Beacons can be kind of a ball ache to make as well, and so getting a free one for every 2 crafts again is amazing. Extremely powerful building. But that's not getting this stuff done. I mean, not to anyone's shock. Free bacon, exactly. So, I mean, the end result is you end up with stuff like this. I'm gonna just do a cheeky save right about now. Or creative. I need to be really careful because I accidentally saved over my main save because I wasn't paying close attention. If I come over here to Glebber, Biochambers, I mean, this is a done build. This one, where is it there? Yeah. Each rocket launches 16,000 moldy science a minute. But yeah, the biochambers, it's all about agricultural stuff. It uses nutrients instead of energy. It's really wacky stuff. I'm really happy with this. Is the yeah, this is the final one. How fast can you craft iron plates using maxed out everything out of one building? Oh, baby. When you get to these things here. So, actually, because I saved it, the reason I saved it, because I had a feeling I was going to need to hop back over to the main save. So this is where things get real interesting. So these foundries, if I hover over this can produce 147 iron plate a minute. This can produce 117 steel plate a minute. So you also notice that with just with 4 uncommon productivity modules, my productivity is equal to 300%, which is the limit of productivity. Whereas this is limited to 150%. That is because there is this research here called steel productivity. And for each increase is 10% more productivity. Yeah, they're per second. The end result is it basically fills a half belt. It nearly fills a half belt on its own. If I really dedicated one to each lane, yeah. Where is one that's really moving? I mean, they're not all really moving, unfortunately. But the point is that one of these can nearly... 2 of these basically fill a belt. And that's only with 8 beacons. 8 beacons. And I can fit more beacons either side. So, not even 10 beaconed. And it's not even max beacon too, because you see these are only green ones. So if I... Like, they're not even legendary beacons too. Like this thing isn't even really trying. Need to go now? Alright, you have a good one, Darthy. Catch you later. See, now this is 282. 282 a minute. So it could probably... What is that? Hang on, 282 by 60. 16,000, yeah, that is 2 belts worth right there. I think. So a green belt is 3,600 by 4. Yeah, that's 14,400. So a fully stacked green belt is 14,400. So yeah, that foundry now does, that I upgraded the beacons, it does 1 entire belt per minute, plus change. Steel Projects is so good. You use speed modules. Yeah, I'm actually basically at that point. That's why I was pointing it out. Is that if I remove that, yeah, see, it's at 299. So I'm basically at 3 uncommon modules now. But I just keep it in there for posterity. But I'm just going to keep the modules in there until I hit the productivity limit. Yeah, even though all these productivity researchers, there's one for a few select materials. Even though these are infinite, they actually cap out once you hit the 300% productivity. You can still do them, it just doesn't accomplish anything. Yeah, there's steel, low density structures, plastic, rocket fuel, blue circuits, rocket parts, something else I'm pretty sure that I'm missing. Oh, asteroids. Processing asteroids. Oh, and scrap recycling. Yes. That's the one. I mean, I could actually just look in the bonuses here, and you'll be able to see them all. Because it will stand out, mining productivity, the classic one we know and love. Research productivity, that's actually the final one. I sort of count that one separately, though. Research productivity is amazing, but it's a difficult one to do. Where are we at? So I'm just looking for the next slots. Yeah. Rocket fuel productivity, plastic productivity, low density structure productivity, asteroid processing productivity. That's what all of those are. Oh, that's oxide crushing. Yeah, it's not the reprocessing. Blue circuits, that's low density steel, and that again, plastic and scrap, and then the actual silo productivity. So if I come over to here, like these have got blue pip modules, but they're at 264% productivity. So there's not really much of an incentive to put modules into silos at this point. Keep in mind also that a rocket part is 1/10 of the cost in 1.1. So again, productivity in the silos isn't hugely needed. I think even over on Aquilo, I dropped it in. Oh no, I didn't. Somewhere I actually just didn't bother. It might have been Galeba. Oh no, again I did 3 and 1. Yeah, 3 and 1. Hey Thunder, join us the space requester. Asked about space age. Oh yes, that's another thing I've been meaning to do. So the thing I was talking about was that so the hub, the simple way of managing the hub is by putting, all of the things you want from platforms in a list here. The problem is it doesn't take into account what's in the wider network. It only counts what's inside the hub. And so what I've done is I've controlled it by circuit network over there. Well, it still has these requests here for now. And what I do is so all of these requests are named. They're in there anyway. So that way when I go over here and I want to change things, I just make sure I don't tick that, but I edit them in there. But I have the same things that I want requested in this constant combinator from platforms. It then goes into a decider, and it says for everything greater than 0, and by that it's taking in it's summing in what's in the robo network. So logistics network requests go into here. When you're dealing with requests, you always got to do greater than 0, because there's quite often a few things that are at -1 or deep into the negatives as bots are shuffling stuff around. And so it just filters out the negatives, which is very important because we're now going to multiply it by -1. If we multiply something that's -1 by -1, you're going to have a bad time. And so then going to subtract. What we're in effect going to do is take the they're a decent example. So anything that's greater than 0, if I hover over some of these, if it's greater than 0, it means there is, if green is greater than 0, it means there's less in the network and the hub than what it's asking for. So in the case of the concrete that I'm hovering over, there is at least 2,000 in the network. And I can actually see right now, if I hover over here, there's -3,000 because there's 3,000 and it's being multiplied by -1, which means that -3,000 plus 2,000 is -1,000, which is less than 0, which means it doesn't need any more. I hope this makes sense. I'm really breaking it down. I hope this makes sense. And so that means it's not going to appear in this circuit list, which means no platform is going to be told to drop it down from the sky. Which one carries? I think it's this one. Yeah. So it means that this platform, when it's carrying the legendary concrete, it's not going to drop it down because it doesn't need it. And yeah, that is probably the simplest way of doing it. It's still not great because you actually see things sort of shuffling around and doing stupid things. Like, it's not perfect, but it gets the job done. Actually, what I was thinking of before, another thing while I'm at it that I was working on, I don't think I've added this to my GitHub repository of blueprints yet, is this thing here. So you know how we got radars and you can share signals? So I think I've straight away said that that's good and all, but it means that everything has to share a common line. So request equals max amount minus currently have. Yes, that's it exactly. It's a very simple. It's the same as what you use on. I'll just hop over to here. For a system like this, it's exactly the same as this. So we say, what does the outpost want versus what does the outpost have? Yeah, no, not that one. That one. Yeah. What does it have versus what does it want? And summon the difference. Because platforms are basically space trains, it's basically the same as this. But coming back to this thing, the immediate thing that I saw from this thing was that because it's a common wire, very obviously I'm going to need a system to send multiple discrete signals over the radar. And so this is a little thing that I've been working on to send multiple disconnected signals in a kind of time division multiplexing system. As you can tell by this, the input signal just going absolutely mental there. Yeah, I need to add this to the thing, and it's also worthy of a video. The requester thing, I do want to do as a video as well. Thunder, so and also maybe a blueprint. It's just been a bit. I haven't had time to sit down and actually think about it and articulate the. Because I like to do nice, clear explanations, and I like to get it all articulated out. But yeah, this is a little time slice thing that sends all the signals over, and in sequence. I'm quite happy with how it works now. It's I finally got it to the point where it doesn't glitch. That was annoying to maintain, and so I'm quite happy with it. So yeah, this thing is just as a test. It's sending the roboports over the wire to here. And then over here is the clock. So it has two things, a transmitter, a receiver, and then a clock generator, which is this thing here. So this thing just sends the clock, the control clock over it. The D signal is, well, I'm going to close that. The D signal is the time slice, and this thing is just set to 20 channels. The total number of discrete channels to cycle through. So that's something I want to start using more of in the not too distant future. So yeah, I've been busy. Yeah, you see how every few seconds you can see the 8K going up. So it doesn't get a continuous update. It sort of gets this discrete update. Again, very happy with it. And because it's stable, it means that I can actually manage logic. Anyway. If you're wondering where that goes, it goes over here. It's definitely not a potential war crime. In case you're wondering, um, well, this is for well, this is the other end of it. Yeah, here. Um, but yeah, this is for the supplying the Promethean platform. It's only 110 silos there. 120, sorry. 120,000 biters in 2 salvos. No, no, no. The biters in the basement is this one here. They get ground. They hatch, they get ground up, and they either turn into a slightly better quality to be ground up again, or they just ground up and then we get some fresh ones. And yeah, that then turns into Productivity 3 modules. Numb to the pain. Yeah, we just feed them a growth stimulant from Leber. Actually, got to do that because I like keeping a nice stockpile. Oh, actually, what I should do is that. See, if I do that, now I have all this room for activities. So I can say 8,000 now. Although I'm pretty sure it can't actually take 8,000. It's got 4,000 now. I might drop it to 6,000. Yeah, high quality requesters and providers give you more slots. Interestingly, it's like one of the few that actually do it. Otherwise, it doesn't. It's kind of weird like that. I'm going to bump you to 8,000. There we are. Look at that. 1. And then 2. It's so good. That productivity. Productivity. Like, as soon as you get EM plans, you got to use them. They are so powerful. Anyway, this is not doing the Fulgora that I said I was going to do. This has been such a tangent. But it's fine. It's fine. Alright, so we got this crap here. The reason I'm sort of thinking is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh yeah, that works. I need to look into potentially having a giant silo battery like down here as well, because I need to launch other stuff into space, such as our salt sticks, the electrolyte superconductors. Salt sticks? I think it was oh no, they take light oil. Technically these are the salt sticks. Anyway. You wouldn't want to lick it. Licking supercapacitors is not a good idea. Not recommended. Okay. So we got all this. Back to the point at hand. I was trying to figure out how many trains need to unload simultaneously to actually make this crap work. Now I have a feeling one train can supply, or one unload can supply all of those, better than having them with a bowl of milk in the morning. That is true. How you doing, Penguin? Yeah, I mean, it's like cereal. You don't have it dry. You don't eat dry cereal. Deck size 125. Yeah. What was the stone input? Because I was thinking about putting it actually here. Stone input was basically nothing. Where is the stone input? Needs 3 belts a minute. Yeah, 0.4. So it actually makes sense to make the holmium solution here. Or the holmium plate, sorry, here. Because yeah, it's 1 machine's worth and 1.4 belts worth. So I could comfortably do... I might actually 0.7. I might actually produce 2 entire belts worth at higher beacon level. 8 is not a lot. 10. 12, 13, 14, 16, 14 beacon? Oh yeah, because it's going down. Either way. So, well, that answers the next question. So I want one machine here to make all of that. Oh yeah, so you'll know if you're making something from a liquid, you'll notice that this grays out, so you can't directly make like legendary quality from something from a liquid, which means that to get legendary holmium plate, you got to do it the hard way, which means doing that. Inconvenient. In saying that, no, I'll keep it separate. Yeah, I'll keep this as productivity. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4. What is it? Oh, it is 16 beacon. Yeah, just go up to 16 beacon and get her done. What is that? 90. Yeah, it is 922,000. I was looking at the 16. It's a lot. It is a lot. But that means, for the purposes of this goes here to supplement all the other liquids. Where is it? Light oil. You need one machine. 60,000? Yeah, 60,000. What are we at now? I think we're actually at 80,000. Yeah, we're at 80,000. I'll make it right. 80,000. Yeah, 1.8. That's fine. One machine at 8 beacon, but we can go up to 12 beacon. 0.8 of a machine. Easy. So what you want? Well, it's kind of easy. So you go here. We want heavy to light. We get heavy by pumping the oil ocean of Fulgora. Oh, there it is. I couldn't see it. So if I plop that there, yeah, it just outputs heavy oil, which is very convenient. Like that, and like that. Now, the complication is it needs water. And we get water by melting ice, because we only get ice from scrap. We don't get actual water. And at this point, it actually needs a lot more to produce it. What else does light oil go into is the question. Does anything else here benefit from it? Apart from maybe you. Yeah, you do. You're the thing that needs it, so it makes sense. I don't think anything else. Yeah, because you use electrolyte. You need electrolyte and holmium, but that's fine. Funny if they added ice to water prod tech. Do you know what is actually missing is ice melting in the cryo plant. The cryo plant can, it can do a whole lot of things, but it can't melt ice. It can separate ice from a monoceal solution, but it can't then melt the ice. Like, I suppose it's just more of a centrifuge in that regard. It can acid neutralize, which is technically cooling. Technically. Actually, it makes high temperature steam. I suppose the argument against it is it doesn't do any cooling. It only does heat. No, it can't do heating. It can only do cooling, the cryo plant, because it cools the hot coolant. Yeah, it's a giant fridge, so I suppose that makes sense. It can't do an inverse fridge. What it means is you're stuck with chemical plants doing ice melting. It's inconvenient. Very inconvenient. Which means we need a train, probably a train of water, I think is the way to go. I just have a ice melting facility. I think, yeah, we need to delete a lot of ice. Everything that's, I said this like an hour ago now, everything that's in red needs deletion. Uh, at the end of the day, so the only resource you get is scrap, so realistically, scrap is just holmium with extra junk on the side. I think this automatically, yeah, this automatically sets up, you actually, yeah, you do need to be I was wondering if it needed to be supplemented with, extra stuff, and it does. You need acid. Where are we getting acid from? Okay, heavy to light. That means I do need an oil facility. Yep. Something to keep in mind. Is there a you and then you? No, there's not really an alternative way to. I was just thinking about alternative ways to make it, and yeah, that's what I was wondering. So I do need to make an oil facility. So I can't make it on site. So that's got to go away from there and somewhere else. We'll just put it over there for now, and I'll forget about it in 10 minutes. For electrolyte, it need. Wow, that's a lot of machines actually. 9, 10, 11, 12. Put it down to 23. It's still a lot. You need. Oh, that's right. You need heavy oil. Heavy oil's easy. Holmium. Okay. It's becoming clear, he says. What I need is something on the side for holmium. We need something for holmium. We need something for, or something for all of those, really. I'm just going to set up here for now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Sometimes editor can be a bit annoying with this sort of thing. So I do it blueprint-wise, it works. Now it's 15. Oh, it is 16. There we go. Alright, so we got our train, then we need a... no. Is it still... It's sort of remembered. There we go. You... Get rid of you. You legendary. Yes, you are. It needs more space. Because of course it does. Of course you deleted the train. You're off by 1. 2, 4. So there. I might as well link them together. In fact, I'll do one better. It's probably going to need some 2, 4, 6. There. It's probably going to need a little bit of logic to balance the unload. That seems like way too many. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, 3 more. And that should say, yeah, 32. I should have realized that earlier. Hey, Duplo, long train. Yeah, I'm pushing into my standard size train, which is a 416/4. A little short by maybe other standards, but yeah, it works. It's good enough. So yeah, we need 3 of these. to provide the liquids. Let's get you out the way. Maybe bring it to there. We'll see. Oh, I forgot about that. Get rid of you. Boop and a boop. And away we go. We go. There we go. Alright. Lightning collector. I could actually just use lightning rods because at this point in the game, what's the spherical difference? That and then I'm blindo collector. Like that's the size difference between the two. I mean, would you not go for the bigger coverage? There's an argument to be made that it is easier just to use the collectors. I've seen and had that pointed out a few times, but at the end of the day, sort of doesn't matter. There we go. I then need like 2, 3 of them to deliver the 3 different liquids. I don't think about how to deal with the other stuff. I think 1 supply of batteries for each is probably the way to go. Let's reduce it down to 2 there. Let's see what happens. Bottoms out at 32, which I think was 4 minutes per train for 2. Because yeah, it's 128 per train, so that's workable. Holmium still make. Oh, this stuff it makes on site. That's fine. So I should remove that. So it's just 1, 2, 3, 4 unloads. And I reckon those can be paired up into a single unload, that is. Maybe circuits and iron plate could be paired off as well. I should have a blueprint somewhere here. Oh, that's the recyclers. Okay. This thing here, with a foundry lashed onto it for reasons. Could be like that. There. Oh yeah, you were dedicated to like ore. So I think if I follow Max ideas. Just now. Boop. Boop. Boopity boop. Boppity bap. Bop bap. Ideally I wouldn't have to do that, but I think I have to do that. Oh, that's the melter, that's why. It's just complaining because it's in lightning range. So... I want a circuit unload. What was... Yep. So... 1, 2, yeah, 4. I need 4 battery unloads. Okay, happy with that. Mining outposts also 416.4. They will be. I just realized the reason I can't force replace is it'll delete the wire. I've run into this annoyance, inconvenience before. I've got to replace them individually like this. Kind of annoying. Also need to reassess this unloader. If I want to double unload. The bigger chest means that 4 tiles in this sort of arrangement isn't a terrible idea. Are these? Yeah, they're merging. That's right. This thing's just happily deleting copper, iron ore, copper ore, iron ore. Right, so if I grab that, it needs 1, 2, 3, 4. Although I am interested in maybe bringing them alongside like so. Although I want to something here to deliver the silo products. What do I need for? I was trains for silo products as well, actually. Yeah, it would be something like that. What was the? Yeah, 16s. Yeah, one for each wagon. Oh, I'll need to um, uh, lock out launches until all of the silos are ready to actually launch. Yeah, I can read contents. Reason being, so if I want to unload individual thingies without any kind of balancing, it needs to always launch the maximum. So I need to be mindful of that. Oh, good, that's all drained out. Get rid of you, get rid of you. So, over here needs like 1, 2, 3. Just roughing it out there. Then I'm going to figure out how to supply this, which will probably be something like so. Maybe the solution is actually down here. Or even like here, say. And pull it back. Because it's going to need balances and things to, or not really balances, merges down to smaller numbers of lanes to balance out everything. And you see how like it has to collect the rearmost one to sort of work out. I do want the fluids down there though. If I take up those and then put those there, I can then take up these. It doesn't actually have to be all 3 of these as well, and then again they can go there, something like that. 3. What I can do is 1 or so there. I mean, it doesn't need balances because I'm going to rely on inherent balance just to simplify things. So you're going to be, what did I say, plastic and thingy. Oh, actually, these are already set up for it, so I could go like 1, 2, 3, 4. This is what I was worried about. Um, that's just batteries. Feeding into there. Then you need one for iron plate and circuits. Maximally, they're doing... I need like 2 for that and 2 for that. Just contemplating how to minimize the footprint instead of running it beside it. You can actually pull these back behind the silo supplies. The other thing with the silo supplies is it can be one. What you can do, I have say a track there and a track there. Bring you back a little bit. You can have 3 stops, just like so. Come on, there it is. And then to there. A bit like that, and a little bit like that. Yeah, just like that. And there. May need to stagger those, we'll see. It's always a bit fiddly setting one of these up. I've actually done it already over on like Vulcanus. Where are we at? Where are we at? Vulcanus? It might not be in this version of the save. Or will it? No, it's not in this version of the saves. They're separate. Oops, that's put me on Vulcanus. There we go. Right, it's just Foundation, the whole thing. Foundation is a very late game, very expensive material, by the way. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it does need staggering. It requires a little bit of strategy. To do what I'm trying to do, it requires a little bit of strategizing. So like you, see it's a little offset now. Let's see, you go there, and there, and there, and there. Yeah. As a side note, everything is basically going to be 4.16.4. Using rare other planet metals for flooring. Yep. 100%. Alright, how's that looking? Unload on opposite land. That is no bueno, actually. So if I want to side load, I can't do it like that. would have to be something like that. And like this side does like rocket fuel or low density or something. Actually, let me check. Rocket fuel is stack size 20, yours stack size 50. So yeah, rocket fuel would be its own thing. The lowest density item gets its own segment. But that in itself is hungry for real estate, so it's also not great. I'm amazingly struggling to remember how to do one of these. Oh, I know what I can do. Um, I'm sure I had a reference one somewhere. Or is it just way too early? Oh yeah, because that's the circuit build. It's not the. This is before I built the silos. That's why. Okay. Okay then. 2, 4. The reason I want a little bit of power. Also grab one of them because I'm sick of the flashing. Colonel Will, how you doing? Welcome. How was the farm? There is potential to do it all wrong. There is definitely potential. I want one of those. Welcome on, everyone. I'm finally looking at my own way of doing Fulgora. Okay. You get out of here, go back. So that loads onto the wrong side. There. Which means then you can go there. Farm is good, very busy. Very busy. Much profit to be made. Why are you... Oh, that's the thingy that's legendary. The loader is legendary. Okay, that works. That's what I was trying to think of. And then I can scooch it over to like there and there. And then rocket fuel, because it's much less dense, gets its own thingy. Much profit, but the shopping list grows faster, as always. The more you make, the more you want to spend it, isn't it? Potentially even... Yeah, so... What I'm doing with the Fulgora production is something a bit more conventional. I'm not really pushing into the really train in, train out, because I kind of want at least some base and not just all train base. It's not great. It's not the most performant for UPS, but it's more interesting. So yeah, this is what we're working on at the minute. Just trying to figure out how to make feed these 64 silos and this 80,000 a minute of electromagnetic science using 416.4s. That's what we're at. And right now, I'm just trying to remember how to do one of these thingies for unloading. Means I'm probably safe to do that. And what I can do is then make those two do that there, and then offset. Oh, that's so hard to see what the heck's going on. See now I can actually push that to there and there, and it should being the operative word. 2, 3. I don't think that connected. I don't think you're trying to connect either, and it's being difficult. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, you give me the train. Don't give me the track. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Da da da. Now, hopefully this will let me paste this and snap it without. Oh, fine. I guess you're not going to snap into place and be generally convenient for me. Go there. There. You, if I filter you by low density and you by blue circuit, I'll just make all of them blue circuit for now, except for that one there. The end goal being to just make sure that, yeah, okay, it can reach it. I had a feeling it could. It's always good when it's a little bit marginal. It's always good to check. I mean, having said that, I should hover over it, and it'll or hover over that. It should highlight the inserters that it can touch. If I had remembered things, you can do that. Right, so you go in there. And that should be more than enough. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 for each of those. 1, 2, 3, 4. And these are rocket fuel. Right there. Rocket fuel, rocket fuel, rocket fuel, and rocket fuel. Alright, so if we get rid of you and park that there. So now that covers everything. And I'm going to scooch that over a little bit and scooch you over a little bit. And just do it like that. Well, actually, you can be there, and then you can be there. And there we go. Do I care enough to... Yeah, they're going to go occasionally. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's fine. It's probably overkill. I mean, you don't need that much silo supply, realistically. Worst case, I'll remove these two, and like, in fact, I should remove that. Then I get a half belt. Can even bam bam. Yeah, and you should come up there. No, that's not right. Boop and boop and boop boop pop up. There we go. Then they're the same, and then they merge and balance each other out. On a single lane. You want to avoid gaps if at all possible on your belts. And that one covers that one. And it is all good and helpful. I just have this sneaking suspicion that more buffer is better. Let's see now. What is the... If I do that... Because I'm going to use legendary steel chests, so it probably doesn't matter. Screw it. Let's delete it. Let's just really push it to the minimum. And be full of regrets in the not too distant future. I need a splitter here though. That's butted right up against that. You there. thinking even better possibilities. Yeah, you're right. It's you don't want to go too crazy with buffer because you're leaving UPS on the table. Why don't I utilize the space that I have and just do that there. Oops. uh, Realistically, at the higher silo productivity levels, it shouldn't need too much. Really nice how two legendary stack inserters can saturate a green belt. Saves a bunch of space. It does. It's amazing. Right, so you hang off right on the end there. You hang off right on the end there. Can I pull you in a tile, which pulls you in a tile? Then I can pull that up a tile. What do you hold? Yeah, 2,400. So it's 4,800 across. Oops. Across all that stuff. There. Go there. Then there. Then there. You're hanging a tile too far now, so that's fine. Just bring you back one, and then you back one like so. So that's covered, and that's covered. But I can actually bring them one closer again. And I'll bring these closer to the rocket fuel because they're not hanging on the edge. So yeah, you're covered and you're covered. Then that will get all dearie me. I think it's there. Yep, it was there. Before I get too carried away, I should really switch these over to these guys here. And I should also dump my inventory of junk again. There we go. And that should have, yeah, it's all those chests now. One minor point of pedantry is just do that. There we go. Just stops items appearing at the back. It's not really critical. It just sort of shows that it's like a terminating thing. It's just a little neatness thing. Oop, that's not the button I wanted. That's the button I wanted. We always do this with green. There, and you go there. Alrighty. So that is the three-way unloader. Done. Can I click and drag this? I can. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Just the way everything lines up when you get into this stuff. I might as well take the lightning kajigas. Big trains really like that? Yeah, I tend to, these days I tend to really lean on the 16 fours. or the 416s, depending on how I feel. Yeah, I was originally doing it with smaller trains just as a test. I could go even bigger, but then the scale of the train versus the build gets a little silly. The other thing I'm trying to do is avoid a train base. That was an hour of preamble was me complaining about train bases. Because if you want more of something, you just copy down more train base. There's not really much. Oh, there is design on optimization work to it. It's just that once you get to the end of it, it's really boring. Issue with UPS and larger chairs. Make it kind of want a monotype chest that pretends to be an inventory, but it's just an incrementing, decrementing int. Yeah, it's partly why I'd been very hesitant to. So, the bigger a storage, the more of a UPS drain it is. And that's partly why I've been very hesitant to use the legendary chests. You'll probably never see me use a legendary provider, even though I have in my inventory right now, but that's because this is creative, not the regular playthrough. Requesters for the ME might happen for high demand stuff, but in general, and I am using the buffer chest for the Prometheum science, but otherwise I'm generally avoiding them. Okay, so that's that unloading. Can we start on the regulars, just upgrade them later? That is, yeah, I can. That is the other thing too, is I can just do regulars and upgrade them as if and when I need them. These got, yeah, these are all, I'm just putting speed modules in these. I'm not going to bother with productivity. It's entirely transient. You know, there's an easy way to do this. If I can find it. There it is. Set that to like that, and there we go. I mean, it's probably not the most ideal way to do it, but it's a way to do it. Dear. I can't imagine how much foundation that would cost in-game to actually produce. Oh, that reminds me. Where is it? Foundation. Is there a crafting requirement of it? Oh, it needs stone. That complicates things. So because the cycle time is so well, you don't need beacons because the legendary speed modules, and you don't need productivity because of rocket productivity exists. Rocket part productivity exists. I mean, this save is already at 220% productivity. I think I did actually bump it up manually, but like if I was to do a bit of that, like that should be enough to basically build a rocket right there. Yeah. plus spare. Like it's no slouch either. If I could be... Oh, that is actually a legendary silo. That shouldn't be a legendary silo. Yeah, I actually don't use rocket silos, but it's so quick anyway. And like that was barely anything. It's hilarious. I'll need to fix that at some point. I'm going to choose to ignore it for now, however. Alright, so these are our parts coming in. So we want one there and one there. And then you dip over like so. Such that we have one there and one there. If I have the room to, try and avoid putting the inserters on the wibbly wobbly bit, but it's always a bit of a gamble as to whether or not you get the wibbly wobbly bit. Yeah, like that. You go there, and then you go there. Or if I was to be symmetric, I'd do it like that. Of course, the other stuff flows through there, but it's fine. Alright, that should be... Hang on a minute. No, it's fine. I was having a moment there wondering what was going on. Alright, you just terminate there. And we duplicate. Da. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh yeah. These actually merge down into hang on. What was it? 14, 16. Oh yeah, because they're in pairs. Yeah, so they merge down into 8. They merge down into 8. Right. You come across like so. And across like so. Get rid of you for now. We then need a regular chest. We can actually do one better. Insert to go there. Insert to go there. I mean, yeah, I could space it out, but eh. And belty go there. Then we want 5 there, which is 2 salvos. I'd probably do that. So there's... Yeah, that's 2 launches worth right there. I need a... The next thing I want is I don't want partial loads. Partial loads can be annoying. So I need... I think what I need is both of those. Can I do it without a combinator? So when, we'll say anything is greater than 1,000. That might not work. So what I need to account for both. So when I'll have to use actual Promethium because of this. Anything works as long as, unless you want to depend on the 0 condition, then it gets annoying. I'll say tick. So when red is greater than 1,000, what am I trying to do? Trying to account for what's in the silo, because as soon as it starts shoveling in the silo, it's going to negate it. Maybe just joining them is the okay move. It might be okay. Oh, we'll make that Promethium. Not Promethium, Electromag. Should also be greater than or equal to. That'll probably be fine. And something like that. I think. We'll do it. As I speak in fractured sentences and sentence inflections. Alright, let's lay these down. Let's see what happens. Alright, you now need a substation. I'm Captain Lindo on the old substation department. Right about there. And there. Yeah, it's about as good as it gets. Then that's the lightning. Oh, that's the collector. Where's the limit? Probably about there. There we go. Now it's syncing the thingies. Right, so yeah, you're going to slowly collect. Yes, it's got over 1,000, so it's filling up the silo now. There we go. I suppose the other way to do it would be to measure each one of these chests and control the inserters a little bit, but it's probably, I don't think it's really necessary. I think simpler is better overall. Yeah, we want all that. How come that? Oh, yeah. I was just trying to figure out why it seemed the way odd the way it is, and it's because there's the extra lanes on the bottom. What I really want is like that there. Yep, that there. And then it should only collide with the rocket silos. Yep. I can lay that over that, and lay that over there. And bam. Pow. Gazam. Chapow. And bam again, I guess. There. 1, 2, there. 1, 2, there. Might be safe to click and drag. There we go. Where were you at there? Precious, precious lightning collector. Yeah, you're better off down there. You're better off up here. There's the next one, right about there. And where is the, there isn't like an overlay for lightning coverage, and unfortunately. Yeah, more than enough to cover everything. I think that's reasonable. Ideally, I would actually have these attached to each silo, but that's a bit overkill. Kind of like a la Aquilo over here, where each cryo plant's attached to each silo. But this build makes more sense because these are quite a lot slower per craft, whereas these are not a lot slower per craft. Still happily doing 80,000 a minute right now. Yeah, because it's still filling up the back ones. And that's filling up 100. Oh, that's right. I doubled it to 128. It's 128 by 3 worth of science. Because of the you got that ready to launch, and then you got all this in here. It's not a small amount. I'm also trying to peg as much as possible on a single line. Compress as much on a single line. If anything, I would probably scale it back, deliberately scale it back so that it doesn't have a gappy belt along there. But that introduces new problems by having more production going on, and it's messy. Might as well just take it as it is. Alright. Got, what I'll do. Last little thing that I'll do is just maintain this here, the little deletion section. So on the off chance that they actually make it to the end, it'll just, keep this going at 80. Then I can see the numbers. What's that? That's 3 minutes. So maybe I could do that at 1. That one definitely needs to be at least 2. So what is it? 4, 6, 7 unloads. 8 unloads, sorry. I didn't account for those two. So there's 1, 4, 5, 7, 8. Unless it makes iron plate circuits paired off. Now just thinking about, fluids. 800, 700 a minute. That really is nothing. That oil. It needs like the tiniest little bit of ice. And I don't really want to run a giant train just for a tiny little bit of oil. There must be a way to get a tiny little bit of ice to it. How much does it need? I mean, it's substantial. It is actually substantial. 38,000. Oh, where's the rest go? Into recycler. 43,000. 443,000, but that's 389,000. Oh, it goes into one of these, doesn't it? Yeah, that's why. Is the way perhaps a tiny train that just runs on the big boy tracks? Potentially. No. Hi, West Dude. It is potentially a thing to run a much smaller oil train. The reason I was thinking of it is that I do sort of need a heavy duty oil. I needed a heavy duty oil train somewhere else, and I've forgotten where. I suppose for acid. But acid doesn't really need a lot. Like, it's 1.2 chemical plants, it's nothing. And I reckon if I make it 12 beacon, it's probably 1. Yeah, it's 1. I think it might actually be just a smidge over 1. Like, it says 1.0, but it might be like 1.01. The hypothetical 13? Hypothetical 14? Still 1.0. So I think it is. There's a bit of a. It might actually still need 2. It might just be a little itty bitty light oil train. Is the way to go. What is that? That's 6,000. That is two over 2 wagons a minute. It only needs 0.5 of a machine ice melting. I want ice. Like it needs ice melting. Of the 4.7 machines, Heavy Delight needs 0.5 of a machine. Needs 38,000, which is just over 1 wagon. I could probably, it's probably more economical to ship water in than, that's what I'm thinking, is it's probably more economical to ship water in than oil. Because you only need to bring in 38,000 instead of 68,000. I probably could have gone straight to the point that way. But yeah, I think water might be the way to go. What is a single train? Was it 16 by... it's 400,000 per train. Because I don't think quality affects... Yeah, see, quality only affects health on tanks for some reason. And the train stuff doesn't benefit from quality as well, apart from health, but who cares about health? None of that real... Health stat is not real, unless it's like a defensive tower or... Like, legendary... Case in point, legendary wall having extra health is amazing. Legendary gun turrets, again, more health, amazing. Turrets generally benefit from health, and walls benefit from health. Nothing else benefits from extra health. It gets nothing out of it. But yeah, so I could make a teeny tiny, adorable little train. 4, 6. I've got one too many. There. Because it's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. So that's half-size train. I mean, that's borderline excessive, but it's all it needs. I could probably go down to 4 even, and it's just less infrastructure. And it brings in water as well, I should add. So it's a small water train. I'm going to pick up you, put you over there. Pick up you, bring you into there. Then the next thing I need to do is have you merge somehow in a way that's probably going to be very annoying. To the point to which it's probably easier for me to plop it there and bring it back and... Oh, I can't do that. It does actually have to, like, come over here. I kind of like the idea of stacking it where it is, but yeah, it's not going to happen. And then that got to go there somewhere. I really need to deal with this first, though. Just get it done. I have this habit of not finishing these things, and I always pay for it later. Okay, then we need need to merge these down somehow. What I can do is flip that over. So then this can hop over to here. And then we do a bit of that funky business. Yes. And then by the powers of horrendous splitter pyramids, we do that. Bam. So you merge down those two into there. Don't even need the splitter. I mean, the first set of splitters probably isn't needed. It's really just to make sure that these come down evenly. It's not super necessary. It is a tangled mess, but it does the job. These two splitters are necessary because it's turning the 16 into 8. It's merging down into these. You do make the point that it is, strictly speaking, the ones after the inserters aren't necessary. I'm just sort of being hyper paranoid because the top ones will always empty after the bottom ones. It just means that it's compressed all the way to the end. It probably actually doesn't matter. Maybe I will simplify it. I'll simplify it in a way. Actually, no. I'll leave it for now, and I'll simplify it later, which means it'll probably never get done. Technically, I can put that there as well, but it's bad practice. Even though that's blocked, I don't want to make a habit out of it. The fundamentals of Factorio says don't do that. Should make a habit of not plugging things right hard up against a splitter. Even when you know it's fine, it's not a good idea. There we go. So now... I should have done it that way. Is that like actually? It does. Dear. Yeah, I'll just make it something like that from now on, I think. There we go. And now I've got to pick away at all this. Now that made it even better. And I'll probably end up swinging them the other way towards the ends, but maybe, maybe not. It's actually nice to be able to come up with some new unloaded designs for trains. It's sort of, in 1.1 or prior to Space Age, it was sort of stuck in a bit of a monotony. There was a few really nice unloaders, but they started to really depend on belt physics behaving in very specific ways for them to actually work. Wasn't great. Oh, that's all of them. Sometimes it feels a bit like Factorio Extended with the how minimal the builds are. It's like, oh, I'm not doing this giant monstrosity. How nice. All right, that's better, huh? We're gonna hang on to you. That's fine. And 4. Want our chemical plant in here. You make heavy to light. Max productivity. Yeah, then you plug in there. I might have to put these here just to balance out the unloads. Dang plateau. Get out of the way. How hard is it to bring them to there? There. Oh, okay, it actually collides. Never mind. How hard is it to make these line up? Kinda. Ideally, these would have like long tails on them so a train can stack behind them potentially. I like pre-stacking and I mean this gets into OpenTTD theory is pre-stacking and post-stacking for busy stations. They have like a room to slide out to your output junction, and then room to slide into for your input junction. That way, it minimizes wait times. Alrighty. The pumps necessary between tank rows? I've found them somewhat necessary. It helps to really pull things through. I could probably merge the tanks together and put them on the final output. All the OG Factorio players come from OpenTTD? Not all of them. I do know some that haven't played OpenTTD, or at least haven't really been committed to it. I mean, it does help that one of the Factorio developers themselves was a very big in the scene back in the day. That's how you've been building? I've sort of done it to maintain balance across the. I realize that it isn't really a thing anymore, but it does help to drain them equally. Actually, it probably hurts it. What did I say? I was actually leading to a thought and I trailed off a little bit. 400,000 of that a minute is needed, so I need 2 trains a minute, so I need more electrolyte trains. Having said that, though, as far as electrolyte goes, it needs 300,000 holmium solution a minute, which is a lot. Um, like 1.2 million. I hadn't actually looked at that number. The unloading pumps may be slower than the tank is half full. Yeah, so when these approach fullness, they the rate really slows down, and that's what I'm sort of accounting for with the pumps. But it's not perfect because they then need circuits to balance out the unload itself. Actually, what is the holmium coming in? 1.2 mil. 727,000. Okay, so it is actually a lot. I didn't actually look at those numbers. So that's 2 trains a minute. So I need 4 of those unloads. I might need to go up to 32 trains at this rate. I mean, this going at 60,000, 80,000 is really beyond stupid. I only need, I'm only aiming for like 55,000 target Fulgora. So my target is 4 stacked green belts, which is 57,600. So the real rate is more like 600,000 and 500,000. So it wouldn't be that many. I mean, still probably do at least 2 of each unload, but it's not that crazy because I'm aiming. The overall production is meant to be 4 belts a minute, but it does mean I still need. In fact, I'm going to delete these. There. Yeah, it's a bit different to what I was thinking it was. Oh, yeah. Doesn't actually need anything in the middle here. Yeah, let's wind it all the way back, like so. Then I can bunch them a lot closer together, is what we're thinking. Give it a tile there. I mean, use the fluid system to my advantage. Because, in fact... like I could bring it right up close. What was it? It was, not you. 600,000, so 400, so we're 1.5, so 2, definitely. And then 600,000, which is 1.5, so 3. Someone's got to keep the the big train dream alive. I could do it for Fulgora. It's just that the scale of it versus the builds gets a little silly. That's the only hesitation I have. I might just go with 3, you know. Get 3 done like that. It's kind of wild how expansive it is. Oh yeah, I didn't think of that. I think about that too. I guess I'm not lining up substations after all then. Only really focusing on itself. And I can really bunch them up like that. Okay, you grab that. Nope, 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 nope. And substation and substation. And maybe substation, just for good measure. And pop that there. Just really ease that pressure off. What was water? So light oil was... yeah, there's nothing. What was it? 28,000. Basically a 111 every minute. So a 282 is even still a lot. I probably could make it, pull it back to a 60. I can't not do it, can't I? I can't not do it. Gotta do it. Speaking of gotta do it. I gotta align the substation grid. It's the only reason why I use substations is to align the grid. You gotta praise the almighty substation for its ability to solve all power-related problems and make it perfection. That needs to go there, particularly to do the control stuff there and there. And you're in the way of lightning, which we need to address. As I spot it, there it is. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and 1. Where are we? With fluids, so water. Water unload. And just for ease, I'll set the name to water and then update it to electrolytes. I don't know why I did that. Put the space in. It's the important part. Oh wait, I put it the wrong side. I was not thinking. Now it has a space. We want you there. Like that. I do actually need to wire this up. There. This is all the things that I forget every time. Oh. And there. And there. Dang it. I just hesitated there for a minute. I didn't plug that in. There. Just making sure it's all wired in. There we go. Alrighty. I don't actually want a legendary decider combinator. Leads to an annoying... Yeah, I thought so. Leads to an annoying problem that it's too far away. What about you there? Because you're... Yeah, you're too far away, so you plug in there. I realise that there isn't going to be any wires here. But that's fine. No it isn't. 1, 2. We go there. We can. Has there. Mercifully it fits. Green goes there. That is way too confusing. Green. Green should go to the bottom, not the top. Yeah, red goes there. Don't worry, I have an even more annoying way to do it if it comes to it. I'm just going to be forever aligning substations. This is where a lot of my time goes, is just faffing about making these things just right. You go there. Go there, and you go there. I'll just fix each one of these manually. There we go. Get rid of you, because there's two of them now somehow. They've been breeding. Let's make it a little nicer. Yeah, I think I will go with the more annoying way that I was thinking of. And that is... see if it reaches. You go there, you go there. Okay, it's got a good bit of reach. You less than A, output L, and you want to be, well, it won't be L, but you get the idea. Da, da, da. I can actually do it the, I'm doing it the 1.1 way. I don't need to do it that way. We want you, and we want you. So when you're less than 100,000, 100,000, 100,000. That should be, oh, that's 10,000. There. So when, when green is less than red, then we order a train. And the idea is I just do that all the way up, except I only need one. Actually, I'm going to keep the top one, not the bottom one. Dang it. There, there. Then red wire between all of these, like so. So that's the constants that program all of them. And these are all the outputs, like that. This is why it's annoying, is that I need a signal for each train stop now. I don't actually need to go to the bottom, but I went to the bottom anyway. So yeah, like your, instead of saying L, you need to be 1, and then 2, and then 3, and then 4, 4, 5. How do you like the new circuit signals? 6, and 7, because these used to be all, like, these used to be all blue before, and we also got a bunch of punctuation and other characters, plus all this stuff down here. I like all this stuff down here, it's really nice. Very handy for blueprints as well. Train limit by 7. Look great. It's pretty good. Uh, 6 and 5. I mean, even these here were really handy for the track blueprints. Now you're going to be that and that. Derp and herp. French fry, and oops, chili dog. There. Goes to 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, this is one of the more tedious logic things to set up. So 4 goes to 4, 3 goes to 3, 2 goes to 2, 1, which should be water, goes to 1. But because of the way everything's merged together in the simplest way possible, it's not really possible to do a more generic signal system, so it is what it is. I'm going to remove it from there, just because this is where the combinator is, so I'll make it do it like that. There we go. Cool. That's the beginnings of that monstrosity dealt with. Beyond that, we need an output. One there. Go there. You go there. You go there. 1, 2, 3. Now, do I want to go up and across, or I think I'll go up. Just merge them together as soon as possible. Oh, actually, what's the? So for 3 of them, what is it? It's it is 3,333 per second. Is what I did just there. Because I divide it by 3, because it's across 3 thingies, and then per thingy. So I was thinking putting a pump on the end, but it's actually going to be a restriction. It's actually going to hurt the flow rate. I mean, I could just parallel 2 pumps. The reason I'm saying that is because then I don't contaminate an unload if I don't have a pump. So they can all have, you can all have triple pumps. Let's have triple pumps. I'm probably going to need to then install some logic on it again. Come on, game. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We go. So 1, 2, 3. To there. To there. And for consistency's sake, you can go to there. We'll see how we go with this thing. Yeah, it's probably overkill, but it's better to really drive it over the line than keep it marginal. I've always found. That's probably good enough. 1, 2, 3. Da, da, da. 1, 2, 3. Just pick the one that's furthest away. 1, 2, 3. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Alright. So the bottom one was the holmium solution, which actually goes into there first, ironically. I technically got it the wrong way round. That's why I said, hey Glacier, how you doing? And you go there. And lastly, you wrangle-dangle yourself along here, like so. With... Actually, I could bend it that away. It'd be a little bit more sensibles, maybe? Possibly... Oh, no. I can do that. And it can be sort of the odd one out of the different spacing. Oh, it's hard up against it as well. Unless I do that. He's thinking with portals. So what's going on? There we go. I could actually switch them over down here even. As in do that. You know, I'm already committed now. I hate it. I gotta fix it. Even if I am cross-contaminating pipes here. 1, 2, 3. You do not hold you. Yep. Why not holmium? You're not electrolyte, you're holmium now. Well, you will be. Yeah, it does that now. Then you're electrolyte now. Also, that. Again, minor point of pedantry. There. Oh, it's perfect length now. It's meant to be. It's meant to be, it is. There we go. Now it's a work of art. Or at least it's something. Something that I spent way too much time working on. Could probably pull them a bit closer too. We'll see how we do, but yeah, I could probably just, you know, give them a couple of them. A couple of steps there. There we go. I might be able to pull these closer now. Like maybe to there. Now they've seen it. Now I want... No, never mind. It can stay where it is. File it under future me problems. Okay, so I got the silos loaded. What are you... Oh, you're complaining about power. Okie day. Da 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 da. I just saw something. That. Didn't I delete that already? Oh no, I did the other side. There we go. Well, I shouldn't faff about with these things. Just leave them be. But it wouldn't be my wouldn't be a me base if it didn't involve hours upon hours of faffing about with the same thing over and over again, and never really achieving anything. One tile away. All right, now I feel a little happier, booching it up a little bit. Right there. Excellent. Last thing to actually do, just temporarily, is plug a little bit of holmium into there and a little bit of electrolyte into there. And it should spring to life again. Yep, and it does. I hadn't specifically included it, but Holmium needs to come over here too. That was the foundation. Emphasis was the foundation. Right, so you're making Z plate. 1, 2, 3, 4. So stupid. Probably don't even need to be that far out, actually. Alright, let's just clear out these, and then I'll see if I can squeeze it closer to the input, because all this is just testing stuff. What was the 1.3? So in that case, I don't know how much this is an actual optimization. Or if it's just busy work, but we'll see. You go there. You can go there. You can go there. Oops, and you go there. So now it's all one. No, it's 4 lots of one lane in, and they can pair off. I think those something should be at max. Yeah, you're at max reach. That's fine. You can just pick all this up. Put it down like there for now. And we do that. And we're going to be a little more elegant about it and do it like that. Yeah, let's keep it going up. Two, and then 3, and then the last one 4. Alrighty. Okay, one. Can't really force place those. Yeah, that's fine. In theory, there is merit in making the undergrounds longer to get more value out of them, but at the end of the day, that's like really old school thinking though. That's like ancient thinking, that kind of logic when it comes to Factorio. At the end of the day, the belts are basically free and infinite for the most part. It's, I mean, yeah, technically it isn't, but for the most part, nothing matters. It's all just time. You're not supposed to be doing that. That's why I stopped pasting over it, because it was just breaking stuff like that. There, there, and then there, and then there. And there we go. I mean, this last one doesn't strictly need the undergrounds as much as the others. Go. Da, da, da. You go there. You go there. And there. And there. And there. Boop. And boop. Alright, so that's pulled the holmium plate out of the mix there. That's one less thing to worry about. I'll have to push those forward. What is stopping you from going? You need supercapacitors. Supercapacitors need sticks. Sticks needs oil. Okay, you need light oil. And the way we pretend that this comes in is by grabbing a pump, chucking it there, chucking it there again. Then you want water. Water, which comes from here. Imagine supplies by train like so. And there it is. You're also not connected. And away it goes again. Look at it go. Amazing. And we're back to 40,000 a minute. You've leveled off. Ah, see, you're struggling on that. It's actually a good test. Will this keep it up? 65. It's probably struggling on the other stuff now. It doesn't actually bode well for the future. Still going down. You're not getting enough plate. Okay, I guess that doesn't work then. Oops, 80,000. What was it? It's 1.8. So technically it's 2. It's gone up to 70. 69. I guess it does need more then. Well, it was worth a try. Poor thing, it's going for it. Do I have a line not running? Or something? Yes. Oh, that's gonna make a mess. Does that mean I probably don't need to do the whole thingy here? Might as well commit it to 2 belts then. Should be at 80k now. Yeah. It's interesting, it's sort of leveled out at 79. It's not actually quite hitting 80 anymore. Who's not running? There'd be something that's like 99.9% down. Or maybe it was actually 79 and I wasn't paying attention. It's entirely possible. Yeah, let's just simplify the whole setup. I think as though it's not needed now. That's what it's for. You're just trialing all these different combinations, see what works, see what doesn't work. One, two, three, yeah. And then you go there to the last one. I could interleave these as well, but I'm not going to. It just seems a little over the top, overblown. Like make the one lane do the evens and one lane do the odds. And there is the whole thing of the splitter getting thinner as it goes down, but meh. To compensate, you just do something like that. There. Push it down to a single lane, like that. What I'm seeing in my head is I could do some more sophisticated things there, but it's not really going to accomplish anything. I could pull the underground closer, but it means it would always take the far lane. So it does need close lane. It does need to cover both. Okie day. How much each row is supposed to consume? It is 25,000 a minute total. I could drop it down to 10,000, which is equivalent to what it's worth. 0.3 of a belt. What was that? 0.3, 0.6, 0.9, 12, 1.2. If it was divisible by 3, I could do like 1.5 belt per. Get that 0.9 going. It's not a bad number, but it's also not a convenient number. Alrighty, so it's generally managing all of that. It's only eating like 2 trains a minute, which I think is going to be a problem. 3 of these unloads probably isn't going to be enough. 900, oh. For a... that is... No, 1200 on 919. Not that it matters. It's 1.3 a minute. That is a lot. I might need a 4th one. I have a feeling I need a 4th one of each. I mean, I have concentrated a lot in a single area, which is, I'm asking for a lot in a very small area, which is a thing. Right. Because it demands, I do need to, I can't not do it like that. I can't not do that. It's the law. Still got to do that. It's so close as well to connecting up here. Oh, that one lines up. Hmm. How about I bring it down there? There. The amount of power pole pedantry that I bring into every game and end up wasting so much time on is just far too high. Having said that, I was happy with that build where I managed to grid the entire thing, build and load and unload. That was an impressive day. It does look satisfying. I mean, it's not perfect by any stretch, but it's not bad. I should really do that last one. There. That's better. Okay, so I need 4 battery unloads, like 1, 2, 3, 4. It even... No, it's not in the pace buffer anymore. 4, 2, and 1. Which I'm going to need to turn around, mind you. That's a whole different story, though. There we go. Less things flashing, more happiness. There. Actually, you go there. I'll take this up to like there. 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 Wrong one. Down one. There. We go. How's that coverage look? Pretty even. It's another thing that I spend way too much time investing in is fixing that up. Four. All I really need to do is just flip this around and it's done. Doop and flip and place. Then we just need 4 of these for the batteries. 3, 4. I mean, I'm going to go through and delete all of these as well. I probably should have deleted them before copying, but we did things slightly out of order. There and there and there. All this as well, just to get it out of the way. There's a little bit of scrap. What used to be an ancient civilizations there is now a factory. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, and then that one's going to get interesting. So what did I say this was going to be? I think it was 2 was equivalent to 2. um, the amount for batteries. It's easily figured out. Game doesn't autosave and pause everything. I think this was 32. Was it 60? It's 57, so it's just shy of 2. Oh no, it's going down again. But as I say, I do want to try and minimize. Yeah, I don't want. I want lots of. I want the train on those to be slow because I always overcook them a little bit. Oops. What do I don't want that. 27, so 30 goes 60. Oh yeah, it was pairs then. So yeah. 2, 4, 6, 8. Iron and copper. Could. Um, circuits could be 1. Iron needs to be 2, definitely. Iron there, circuits there. So downside to these builds, like it just gets so silly, the scale. Is where you get into the train builds. Because you can bring everything right up close. Alright. Since I've already got an example here, I can use this for the copper and the plastic. This thing. All I need to do is just get rid of like that there and that there. Basically done. Kind of. Yeah, they share the same belt. Boop. And burp. I should actually really filter all of these as well anyway. Plastic, copper, goes there. Trying to think, and this thing's flashing at me and being annoying. You, go there. Da, 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 da. Okay. I'm trying to achieve. It's always where I've got to ask myself. 3, 3. Get rid of that. Okay. Do that too. There. I don't know if that's super necessary. This is sort of going against what I was talking about with the, oh, actually, unless I do it, not like that, but like that. There. So what's going through my head, what I'm thinking is how to balance storage with a few ideas in mind. So like instead of doing it opposite land, in fact could do like that. And you're like copper. You have plastic down here. I don't know what. Like, 2 chests is sort of like the bare minimum, really. What does it hold? 120, so it's 3 times as many as a regular chest, which is 48. Or I was saying 40, but it's 48. It's 3 train wagons worth in here. Hey, high speed, how you doing? How's things? So there's also the question of, do I just run 16 lanes down? Yeah, I would actually have to do that. That complicates things. Hey, and there's the raid. Welcome everybody. How you doing? I don't normally get to see you high speed online, but good to see you. I don't know. High speed, fellow purveyor of Factorio. How's your stream go? I'm just in the middle of figuring out some Fulgora. We're just trying to come up with an end game solution, or at least an initial end game solution. Yeah, the time zones aren't great. I'm actually an hour later because we just entered into winter time this past weekend. So I'm actually an hour later than what would normally be. Ah, starter blueprints. Interesting. It's one of those things I've been avoiding, but I do need to do to get the 40 hour. I need to sort out blueprints for that. But those are future me problems. I've got three achievements for Space Age remaining. So it's I'll have to be paying attention then. Because yeah, my early game isn't great for Space Age. Oop, there we go. So right now I'm just trying to think of a relatively complex, inherently balanced way of doing a mixed unload. Or a shared unload, I guess you could call it. There and there. And there. So what the hell do those achieve? I guess they maintain compression when... This is actually pointing the wrong way. They maintain compression if they're the only belt. So the thing that I'm grappling with is that this is always going to have priority over this. It's sort of the only way to really fix it is just offset them slightly like that. I think I've answered my question already. And yeah, do something like that. That there. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. When that mixed lanes up, it shouldn't. We can try it out. So that should go there. Ah, yeah, we'll mix it up. You're right. You're right. Yeah, you can't do that. It has to be like that. There. I'm confusing two... Yeah, I know what I'm doing. I'm confusing two different things. That means what I probably want is to bring these closer and do something maybe like that. But that's 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's really wide though. But it does guarantee, as I say, guarantee compression of the belts coming out. That shouldn't do that then. Yeah, put that there. It all gets loaded on one side. Put that there. It all gets loaded on one side. This chest can... why are you so far out? I just realized. There. So there's a decent amount of storage. There's 2 chests worth of storage for each component, and each chest holds 3 trains worth. So 6 trains worth held in here, which is decently enough of an amount. You. Bob. Yeah, it's just got to offset slightly into there, and then... oh, that's actually the same position. Okay. I wasn't expecting that. Yeah, then it's got to come right in like so. Actually, before that, you go there, you go there, you go there, you go there, bam, now, thingy, what's it? Now we copy. Copper can go right. I think it should be right now, shouldn't it? Pretty sure. Before I commit completely. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh, hello. And somewhere about there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okie day. And we'll get rid of this one. Oop. And you. Bop. And then I go insane because there's not enough space. And this is where I need to pull it all back again. To like here. It never ends. I realise, yes, that is slightly off as well. Like there, probably. I think there's one remaining insert a lane issue. Let's see now. 2, 4, yep, should be there. We have 2, 4, and then 5. So then copper ends up there, comes over to there. Comes down here, and into there. Plastic, yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I see what the, yeah, it's probably going to, yeah, put it on the wrong side, because it's on the downy down. Which it shouldn't be. be there. I thought it looked wrong because it was off by one. Yeah, then you go there. Then it goes down like that. And then it goes there. That's what it should be. No, I can't copy that. Hop. And green. Bloopity bloop. There we go. Align the precious substations, of course. There, and you go there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh yeah, it is on the 8, not 6. What was I thinking 16 for? I suppose I got to merge 16 down into 8 yet. We're not done yet. Got to do all of that. This is fine. There's a thingy that's already done. You. Saves me a few small handfuls of clicks. Bop, bop. Boop. Boop. And boop. You. You. Bam. And bam. And, oh, you're in the way. I mean, this is a little bit too far down anyway. One thing I've learned is to not have it have your unload too close to the build. So many times I've pushed them too far down and like too far into a build and caused all kinds of headaches. Right, just there. I mean, I don't want to go too far away, having said that. Which again is probably going to cause me headaches. But I don't want it too... Like, I don't want it... Yeah, it's probably just the right amount of in the way. I don't know if you noticed this lately too, but if the game's been running for a while, game sounds sort of get all wonky and stop working properly. I've just noticed it because it started doing it again. It's like you can't hear the machines anymore properly. Uh, 8, perfect. Randus, how you doing? Hello. Right, so that is our copper and plastic. Beyond that, I need to flip these. What's the time? Oh, it's already ending time. Damn, I spent so long on this. So, yeah, 20 more minutes or so. At least I got the concept for this thing down. That's probably the main thing. Right, let's delete you. Scoop you up. There. Actually, no, you don't reach. Alrighty. Yeah, it was that one. Starting to feel like I'm getting too close to the build again. Can only go well. Oop. You come across to there. I might, because it's the bottommost one, I probably should move it to the top. Because the way it is now, it's going to be a bit tangled. Total Annihilation, the game list. Oh man, that's a game I haven't touched in a long time. Spending days neck. Oh yeah. Did you ever play with the 500 units mod? That was a good one. Nothing like a 500 flash attack. The only downside with that game is that it's fundamentally broken. Or the balance has been fundamentally broken, which is a bit of a shame. Should really add Factorio and other things to that list. It's very out of date. Yeah, because it's the bottom one. I really need to. Oh, what's this one? Green circuits. Okay. Barely handled it at the time. Yeah. Even the base game was made a PC at the time. Chug. All right. So you need to be the furthest out. I remember. So in Total Annihilation, when you were choosing like a skirmish map, it would give you RAM warnings about the RAM needed to actually run the map. Like it would say how much RAM it needed, and it was like, and if you exceeded that limit, you were in for a very bad game, very bad time. Funny actually, I used to sometimes play with the guys who were some of the guys who were working on TA Spring, but I sort of fell away from them. Also, the some of the things they added was some were bizarre and some were just straight up dumb. Upgraded the game enough to carry it on Steam. I hadn't realized that had happened. Uh, duh, duh, duh. What did I say iron was? I think it was two thingies, two unloads worth. Ah, you rebought it for the convenience. Trying to remember if I got it on GOG or not. I don't think I did. I did end up getting KKND2 off GOG. Another great game from that time. Also very broken. Actually, in saying that, I remember meeting one of the developers of that game ages ago, really long time ago. I don't know why I'm doing that. It's not really serving a purpose. And I'm trying to remember, it was the dude who wrote like the tooltips, among other things, because there was a lot of and some other little things like that. And it was like a AI programmer or something, and also did the tooltips. And he was exactly the kind of person, the personality for someone who would write those kind of tooltips. I should point out that when you start a game, it would give you, it would give you a tooltip to say like, here's how you do this thing with a game, and except that every now and then it would say other things like, the best way to get red wine out of carpet is salt and pressure. I don't know why I specifically remember that one, but there's stuff like that that was in there in the tooltips. Yeah, all gone now. Um, I've completely blanked out. This is the trouble with playing Factorio for like 4 hours. Eventually your brain just like, can't do anymore. Let's see. 1, 2. Get rid of you. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And wishing. It's kind of funny because in that game, most of them were pretty apparent. Hang on, what am I doing there? I'm shoving it in the wrong hole. That's what I'm doing. Meant to go in there. I was looking, I was like, why doesn't it line up? They're 5 US on Steam. That's not bad. I'm actually surprised they're not like delisted or something. I say that because there's actually quite a few games I've got now that have been delisted. I'm sad that Duke 3D Megaton Edition has been deleted from Steam. That was the penultimate version of Duke. It's basically like one of the source port. It's basically like a source port with Steam Friends integration. It is exactly what you want out of a modern rendition. 8. Right, you go. Whoop. Normally, what I would do is a 2-tile spacing like that. We want that. 2-tile spacing. And then the bottom one, that. But it should actually be there. See light beacons? Oh yeah. Maximum speed. I'm just building a blueprint in the editor as well to then paste into the actual save. Whee. Something don't seem right. Probably because something isn't right. Whoever would have guessed. There it is. Since the world was, yeah, I mean it's doable, but it just makes sciencing out the sciencing out the science. Um, just sort of prototyping it a little bit easier and getting the numbers arranged properly. Doing this in world, I mean, doing the rail stuff in world is entirely possible. This stuff definitely map editor, but this stuff could be done in world, but it's just a little easier here to draw up a blueprint. And the longer you stare at the numbers too, the more little optimizations sort of fall out. Ba-doing. Yeah, I'm gonna name that follower there as well. Side note, because it's getting near ending time, I won't be in on tomorrow like I normally would, unfortunately. But should be fine the day after. I need to actually settle into a proper schedule at some point. Things have been a bit weird lately, but I'm kind of hopeful. 8, 8, 8. Excellent. I'm going to check these, keep checking those just in case, because if I don't, mistakes happen. That's the other thing too, is like when you run out, it's like, oh, I need more, and then you just press Q on another thingy, and it's right there for ready for you. Doop, 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 doop. What's the time? Getting closer. March is ever closer. How about that? 3 there. 3 there. There. In theory, I should be, like, undergrounding the vertical one. But it's consistent to underground the horizontals and maintain the vertical ones. Oh, that one doesn't matter because, it's consistent. Okie day. Going to follow a Factorio player that likes to chat. It's a bit of a strange one. There are plenty of us out there that are a bit more interactive, but there's definitely been a lot of how do I phrase it? The more sort of playing a game and streaming instead of content creator kind of streaming. I may have dug myself into a bit of a hole here. Like, I probably should have shuffled these down right to the front. That would have made sense. Depends on where you start, really, that sets that sort of thing up. There. And there. What was I saying? Yeah, the stream team Red Circuit. Generally, you'll find a lot of other really good Factorio players in that stream team as well. You'll find, and also some other people like Colonel Will. I was going to say Exterminate, but no, he stopped. Sad times. Yeah, Bold Viking, who is more European time zone, so may not be in a good time zone for you. High Speed, who was here earlier. Damsel, it's probably on now, actually. Maybe. Nope. Damsel's... I don't know what her times are now these days. I feel like a lot of this is just going to be aligning this. I might set this aside for me to do as busy work, just aligning that crap. Something that I do need to do is, so part of the prototyping this thing is also shoving trains into it and seeing what happens. Because even though I've theoretically got it, it's not necessarily going to work. Because, building this sort of prototype, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work. It's not proven at this point. But I think that's more or less proven the point with this thing at the very least. Actually, now they've done... I'm in two minds about aligning these belts. I mean, I could push this one back a bit and bend that. Maybe align that with there and meet in the middle a little bit, because I like having all the train stops aligned. There were Twitch teams. Have a look for what you said. Red Circuit. Yeah, it should be just at the bottom, below the player. Yeah, there should be a little button there. The whole stream teams things is a bit janky these days, unfortunately. It's not as well emphasized as it used to be. It used to be very popular, like 2017 and older. Oh, 20. It really sort of. There was an update that sort of made them kind of irrelevant, and also times changed. Pre 2019, they were a big thing. Well, that's the science production done. Um, we're working off of this thing here, uh, and this is only part of the puzzle. Like, I need to do some oil processing. We need to make, acid, craft some circuits, craft some batteries. Then we need to recycle scrap. We need to make the solution, holmium solution. Where do you actually get your stone from, out of curiosity? All of it from... Actually, where's the stone itself? All of it from actually processing. So it doesn't pull any from concrete, okay. We just delete concrete. Yeah, so this is what we're working towards. So what I'm working towards is 57,500 base science a minute, which is 4 green belts. Just as a bit of an elevator pitch just before we end, let's save that and hop back to the actual save. What I want to try and do is build a mega base that isn't just a train base. This is currently what the save looks like. It's still still sitting on the starter base. It's running at what is that, 80,000 science a minute for a starter base. As the last thing that I left on like a month ago was working on a train base sort of layout. I did a few things here, but I'm just not keen on this whole sort of thing. And so that's sort of what killed the dream. But I had been doing some experimentation. Where is it? Actually, delete that. My blueprint thing is getting very full. Oh yeah, so this thing here, it just happily churns out 4 lanes of circuits. So it's like, oh, okay, this actually is quite doable, and it only needs liquid into it, so it's actually quite flexible for feeding it, relatively speaking. But yeah, this is the state of Fulgora at the minute. It's just something that I've been putting it off forever, and we need to get it done because like the start of Fulgora is just not keeping up anymore. And it's also being eclipsed by Glamour and Vulcan. Vulcan is sort of a fake large build because it can't actually run at any great speed. Yeah, this whole train-based thing, you do it on every planet, it just gets so boring. I mean, to be fair, this thing, none of this stuff's calculated. I just sort of threw it down as a quick happy thingy. Oh no, haven't run out yet. Actually, that reminds me. How are these doing? It's still at 4.2. This is going down to 3.8. However, this was at 4.1 like 2 months ago. It's gone down a little bit. But yeah, as between the mining productivity and the legendary mining drills, patches don't exhaust anymore. Yeah, Aquilo, like, I want to get Fulgora up to the standard of Aquilo. Like, this is so much nicer. I actually need to start filling out the rest of it at some point. I might just paste down a whole lot and let it build in the background. And Gleber, the ultimate Gleber. I've conquered Gleber. For those who are scared of Gleber, don't be scared of Gleber. Gleber is easy to conquer. Why is that taking so long? What is it? Oh, you only have 183 logistic spots. No wonder. How have you lost all your logistic spots? I just love watching 16 rockets all launch at once. This thing launches bioflux and carbon fiber. Planned hell. Oh, apparently we're launching more. I mean, this here makes feeds this thing perfectly comfortably. 4 machines, and then you just copy and paste it infinitely. Like the bioflux and carbon fiber is this thing here. It's just nothing to it. And then all of this supplies the silos. Scared of more of me. Like, the one machine that makes all of the processing units, the one machine that makes all of the low densities, the one free plastic machine, the rocket fuel machine. No, Gleb is easy because it's actually only 3 items. I keep saying this, it's only 3 items. And like the iron and copper is optional, you don't need to do it. All you need to do is just start with some rocket fuel to power your initial stuff, and then it's carbon fiber and science. So it's just rocket fuel, carbon fiber, and science. And then you're done. Carbon fiber used to be somewhere around here, and this, I think, was the carbon fiber. No, that was the science. Down here was the science, yeah. And that was carbon fiber. So, like, yeah. 1, 2, and what used to be 3, or 1, 2, 3, it used to be. I converted this over to bacteria. So yeah, it's nothing. There's nothing to it, really. I say that it's still kind of sort of not nothing, but you know, there's worse things. I'd argue that Aquila was also pretty easy. It's just annoying. Aquila was just annoying because of the heat pipes. Fulgora, Scrap makes it annoying. Vulcanus is just a snooze fest once you get over it. I was actually looking at, the reason I say that is I was looking at this, there's like nothing to it. You got your mango science, and all it needs is, triangles and beams and a little bit of molten copper. And molten copper can just come from a lava puddle, so all you need to do is supply it with the triangles and beams. Having said all that, I'm probably going to maintain train base for Vulcanus. So, even though I'm not keen on it, Vulcanus train base and Fulgora train base are the way to go. It just makes life so much easier. I mean, it's nothing compared to this thing. Is that actually... Oh, it's returning. Oh, what was the clock? 3 minutes 50 seconds before hatching. There you go. And it's been out there for 28 minutes. And it's on thrust reduction as well. Yeah, thrust reduction. It's only going at 430. Because it's returning, it gets extra, 50 kilometers a second? So it's a good idea to back off the thrust a little bit, so you don't go too fast back into this mess. Going the other way, it's not so bad. I still throttle it down. That's why there's 2 steps of throttle down. When it gets like 300 or 400 kilometers in, it throttles down one of the engines. And then on the return trip, it throttles down those 2. And that, on the return, is still 430, which is plenty. Oh, look who just hatched. It's only just finished turning around. Actually, what is it? 71%. I need more storage on this thing. But it should be able to just do what it needs to do. Anyway, I need to leave it there for today, because it is after time, and it is lunchtime. So, I'm going to park it there. For YouTube, that'll be it, because we're dual streaming on YouTube. Wow, why are you... Does it not render when it's alt-tabbed anymore? Interesting. YouTube, I'm going to leave it there. Twitch, we're going to go say hi to someone. Who are we going to go say hi to? You're going to pause again. Oh, it's still capturing, but that is so weird. Who are we going to go say? Let's go say hi to Mr. Simulated. He's also on... I see his thumbnail's on Fulgora, so let's go say hi to him. Yeah, good. Saying hi, and, yeah, we'll see what we do. As I say, sorry, my brain is all scatterbrained. The lack of sleep is starting to have an effect. Yeah, I won't be on tomorrow, but probably the day after will be, the next time we're on. As I say, Twitch, we're going to go say hi to Mr. Oversimulated. Otherwise, YouTube's going to leave it there, and so other than that, thank you all very, very much for watching, hanging out, all that good stuff, and I shall see you next time. Bye bye for now while I try and type commands at the same time.